All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note for the record that the four accused are all present in the courtroom today. Before we start hearing the evidence of today's witness, the panel has one preliminary matter to raise regarding the prosecution's recent request for video conference testimony for W02714. This is filing F02837. In particular, the panel would like the parties, participants, and registry to be in a position to provide submissions on the recent request for video link orally in court tomorrow morning. Is this feasible for everyone?
It is, Mr. President, but we can already say that on behalf of the Thaçi defense, we have no objection.
Yes, Your Honor, we will provide submissions by tomorrow as requested.
And we already have no objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we'll confirm tomorrow as requested.
Thank you. We'll now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W02183. Madam Court Officer, please, or Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Are you hearing well?
Very well, thank you.
The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our rules of procedure, Rule 141, paragraph 2. You may look at it and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You can be seated now.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 2 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have some questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1.5 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 6 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin first with the questions from the prosecutor. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Good morning, Mr. Strohmeyer.
Good morning.
My name is Vega Jodice, and I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. As explained during our last meeting, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. There's a number of procedural steps to follow in order to do so. Before turning to these, I will first establish your identity. Could you please tell the court your name?
Hans-Jörg Strohmeyer,
And what is your date of birth?
February 5, 1962.
What is your nationality?
German.
And what is your profession?
Currently, I'm a United Nations staff member.
Thank you. Sir, you have given a statement to the SPO in the past, and you were allowed to review it in preparation of testimony. Today, we will seek to tender the statement into evidence. Could we please have ERN 101610, 101634 read and its Albanian translation, and it should not be broadcasted? Do you recall providing a signed statement to the SPO in 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember reading it last week?
Yes.
Do you recall that you had the opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to your statement?
Yes.
Do you recall that those corrections were written in a note and that you read that note back?
Yes.
Do you confirm that what you read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately?
Yes.
Now, if we include all of the corrections and clarifications that you made last week, is the information in your statement accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked those same questions today about the same events, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with Decision F2720, paragraph 96, I would like to tender the statement 101610 to 101634 read into evidence as confidential.
Any objection?
We have no objection, subject to the objections to the associated exhibits we've already made and the panel has ruled on. However, in terms of the classification, unless there's a reason, if there is a reason, we would ask that the prosecution prepare a public redacted version of the statement so that that can be public.
Thank you. Anybody else?
No objections, Your Honor.
No objection.
Yes, no new objections beyond those previously.
Yes, Your Honor. Some documents are subject to, cited in the statement are subject to restrictions, so that's why, but it's no problem to prepare a redacted version.
Thank you. ERN 101610 to 101634 read, plus the Albanian translation is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number P01968, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And we would like to tender preparation note 1, that's ERN 124639 to 124647, also confidential.
Any objection to the note?
No objection, but again, we'd like a public redacted version prepared as well. Thank you.
So ordered.
No objection.
No other objection being heard. Prep note 1, ERN 124639 to 124647 is admitted.
And this will be assigned exhibit number P01969, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Prosecutor.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. There are 11 associated exhibits. I will read them one by one into the record. The first one.
Second. Do you want them all listed under one exhibit or a separate exhibit number for each?
Separate exhibit numbers.
Go ahead.
The first one is 101960 to 101963 and can be public.
Any objection?
No new objections, Mr. President.
None are heard. 101960 to 101963 is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number P01970, classified as public.
The second one is SPOE 00203-165 to 203-171 and can be public.
Any objection?
Yes, no new objections, Mr. President.
No other objections? Is that your standing objection on all of them?
Yes, Mr. President.
It will be so noted. SPOE 00203-165 to 203-171 is admitted.
And this will be assigned exhibit number P01971. It will be classified as public. Thank you.
The third exhibit is 012642 to 012643 and is confidential.
Standing objection is noted. No other objection? 10268. 642 to 102-643 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01972, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And as a correction to the record, I read out the second ERN incorrectly. It's a 012642 to 012643. The next exhibit is SPOE 00209742 to 00209755 and can be public.
Standing objection. There's no other objection. No other objection. S 0209742 to 0209755 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01973 and will be classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Next is SPOE 00203174 to 00203187 and can be public.
If there's no other objection, 00203117 to 00203187 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01974 and will be classified as public. Thank you.
The next one is SPOE 00246083 to 00246087 and should be confidential.
Subject to the same standing objection and with no other objection, 00246083 to 00246087 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01975 and is classified as confidential.
Next is SPOE 00203088 to 203093 and is confidential.
Subject to the standing objection and with no other objections, 00203088 to 00203093 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01976, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Next is SPOE 00246100 to 246102 and can be public.
Subject to the standing objection and no other objection being noted, SPOE 00246100 to 246102 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01977, classified as public. Thank you.
Next is SITF 00173049 to 173052 and is confidential.
Subject to the standing objection and with no other objection, SITF 001723049 to 73052 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01978, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Next is SITF 00172727 to 172735 and can be public.
Subject to the standing objection and with no additional objection, SITF 00172 727 to 172735 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. This will be assigned exhibit number P01979, classified as public. Thank you.
And the last one is SPOE 00246107 to 246112 and is confidential.
Subject to the standing objection and with no further objection, SPOE 00246 107 to 246 112 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01980, and it's classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Your Honor, with your leave, I would like to read a short public summary of the witness evidence.
Yes, go ahead.
WO2183 was the legal advisor to the interim special representative of the Secretary General for the United Nations mission to Kosovo from June to September 1999. WO2183 provides evidence about the situation he observed in Kosovo upon arrival and about meetings he had with KLA leaders and the issues discussed. WO2183 provides evidence about KLA police units and local authorities and the resulting tensions between AMIC and the KLA Provisional Government of Kosovo.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. President, I just been told that the document that's been admitted as P1978 has two English translations that were not read out. We presume that those are being admitted as well, but just for the record, they have two separate ERNs for the English translations.
Is that correct?
I will check and get back to you, Your Honor, with the correct ERN for the English translation.
Thank you.
I would like to now proceed with some additional questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, in your statement at paragraph 49 and 58, for example, you talked about...
Excuse me, sorry. Would you be able to put up those?
Yes,
Thank
if
you.
we can go to PDF page 13, paragraph 49. And, yes. Yes. You said that you had to work along two challenging issues, asserting unmixed authority over the KLA's control over government, administration and policing, and security and law and order, and the provision of essential services. Now, if we could have on the other half, while we keep the English paragraph, could we have on the other side SITF 000111411 to 11413? Sir, this is an OSCE report dated 18 of June, and if we can go to the next page. So we can see here that it's a the period covered is 15th and 16th of June 1999. If we can go, first of all, was this the type of reports that you were receiving and discussing with your colleagues at the time?
Yes, this is the kind of reports we were receiving. Thank you.
And if we can scroll up a little bit towards the beginning of the page. Thank you. If you look, do you remember how UNMIC, if UNMIC received these reports and how? Whether it was orally or in writing?
I don't remember specifically how we received this report or others, but I do remember that, as is the case in many UN missions, we set up a distribution system relatively early on. So information that is non-classified would go into a distribution system, and as the legal advisor, I would have certainly received or had access to these kinds of reports.
Thank you. And now if we focus on the text under general situation. Yes. These first two paragraphs.
Sorry?
These first two paragraphs discuss the KLA having taken over the court and police station buildings in Prizren and the PTT building in Ferisai, Uroševac. Do you recall receiving this type of reporting regarding the KLA taking over buildings at that time?
Yes, I did. If I may just elaborate why I have a specific recollection of Prizren. One of our staff members very early on, Mark Baskin, was sent very early on to Prizren, in a way serving as the de facto regional administrator. And this shows that this Mark, the situation in Prizren from the get-go was so dicey for us, was so tense, that we had to have a staff member specifically in prison, whereas in all the other places, it took a while longer to establish ourselves. And so we heard both confirmations and other information through Mark on a daily, sometimes several hours basis from prison.
Thank you. And is this one of the examples of the reporting that you received about KLA asserting control over government and administration?
Yes.
Now, if we scroll the statement down a little bit so that we can see paragraph 50. Thank you. In that paragraph, you stated how eventually you started receiving information about killings, disappearances, and other crimes. And could we move to the next page of the OSCE report? Thank you. Here in the third paragraph, it is reported that the head of the ICRC in Ferisai, Uroševac, reported to the OSCE that the KLA had carried out kidnappings. Is this the kind of reporting that you were receiving at that time regarding this issue?
Yes, we heard around this time of alleged or actual kidnappings.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No, Your Honor.
SITF 00114111 to 00114113 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number P01981. It's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, if we could have on the screen ERN SITF 000-11414 to 11416. Thank you. So this is another OSCE report, and if we can go to the next page. The period covered here is 16th and 17th of June 99. Could we move to the page ending 1415? That's the next page, I believe. Sorry, the previous page, end of the page. Thank you. The last paragraph of this report mentions that Serb civilians approached the OSCE members asking for assistance regarding the alleged kidnapping of their family members by the KLA, and it reports about 2 more buildings having been occupied by the KLA. Is this another example of the kind of reports that you were receiving regarding kidnappings and takeover of buildings by the KLA?
Yes, I was not present at any of these, but I've heard reports like these, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection heard. SITF 000-11414 to 11416 is admitted.
Your Honor, this will be assigned exhibit number P01982. It's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If we could now have SPOE 000-61169 to 61173. And this is also public. Sir, this is another OSCE report dated 23rd of July, 99, and if we can go to the next page. The reporting period is 15 to 21 July. Can we go to the next page, 4th paragraph? Thank you. If you read this paragraph, it's mentioning the takeover of civil administration of towns and villages by the KLA. And the fear that the KLA may try to maintain this monopoly over the political power in the municipalities. And it's stated that this is not in line with the administrative role of ANMIC, as foreseen by the Security Council Resolution 1244. Is this in line with what you observed at the time?
Yes, whether I observed it or heard about it, but at least these are the types of things we were discussing and privy to. Some of us sometimes saw it, some of us heard it, but this is in the early days or in these early weeks of our deployment. As I explained before, it was basically, Your Honor, a struggle for our mandate, and we feared that if we weren't able to show some presence in communities on the ground, that we would de facto, not de jure necessarily, lose our ability to set up a civil administration for Kosovo.
Thank you. And now, under the next...
Sorry, could I just add one, sorry for interrupting, just one small observation. If I go back to the paragraph 49, I believe, that you showed me before of my statement,
Yeah.
and I said these were the main two tasks. So obviously, if you see there, I described one task as the task that was mandated to us to provide law and order and essential services. But this issue had become so big that I identified it as a separate task. You know, it was not just one of the mandated tasks, but one of the real politics tasks very early on, which was so big that it really became like its own pillar to how we would manage to safeguard or assert our mandate vis-à-vis the realities on the ground and all around. So on this paragraph, I did not see, I did not observe, but I would say in every single office of UNMIC in those days, or OSCE, these types of issues were observed or discussed.
Thank you. And now, if we can move to the next page, which falls under the human rights section. Yes, we can stay there. In the first paragraph, there's a report about escalating tensions after bodies of several Serbs allegedly killed by the KLA were found in Ramoc and Jakovica. And then a sentence later, there's a report about minorities movement being restricted as a result of reports of KLA abductions and allegations of KLA detention centers in Unic and Ponosic. Is this another example of reporting on crimes and detention facilities set up by the KLA members that you heard during your time in Kosovo?
Yes.
Did you ever visit PE during your time there?
Yes, I was there once or twice. I couldn't tell you exactly the dates anymore, and in my recollection, it was shortly after the arrival of our district administrators, I think they were called.
Do you recall on any of the occasion what the purpose of your travel to PE was?
Yeah, on one of those occasions, we went there to discuss these specific issues, and as I have indicated in other parts of my statement, one means of providing a measure of due process and a measure of visible UNMIC presence and contribution to managing the security and the law and order situation on the ground was that we very quickly appointed a mobile or a roving a panel of judges, I think through the emergency decrees that we issued. And so the idea was to also then, prompted by some of the events, I'm not saying it's this specific event that is reported here, but by reports there, that we would move that roving panel of judges also to PEA. So that was prompted by the situation. I was not myself on those things because that was not my role to be a judge or interim judge, but I do remember how we organized this, and I think those judges actually eventually went there by helicopter.
And just to clarify what you said, you mean you deployed panels of judges to deal with the issues such as detentions and kidnappings?
Yes, we had created one panel of judges, a mix of different reflecting in our view, the configuration or a more diverse configuration of Kosovo, plus international experts. I forgot. I think it was 7, if I remember correctly, or 5. And it was one panel that existed, was set up in Pristina, but would also then be flown to some of the places like Prizren or Peja, if and when it was necessary, and prompted by these types of reports or demands by the district administrators.
Thank you. I would like to tender this document into evidence, and it can be public.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection is heard. SPO E0006196 to 61973 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. This will be assigned exhibit number P01983 and is classified as public. Thank you.
Reclassified as public.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So now, in paragraph 30, if we could have the statement again, that's P1968, and if we can go to PDF page 10. Just the, yeah, that's fine, just the English is fine. At paragraph 34, you mentioned that you became aware of KLA illegally forming police units and executing police functions. And if we can go now to the next page of the statement, to paragraph 42. Here you mentioned that these KLA police units did not have the hallmarks of regular police force. Could we please have on the other half of the screen document ERN 012757, 012766. This is a UN code cable dated 16th of September, and if we can, from the UN administration, and if we could go to PDF page 5. In this annex, it notes that it contains incident reported in unmixed situation reports. If you could please focus on the entries dated 21 July and 23 July. So if we can scroll, that's fine, sorry. These two entries mention KFOR searching KLA detention facilities, rescuing detainees, KLA members reportedly kidnapping Albanians, and then on the 23rd of July, one man reportedly killed by KLA members. And now if we can scroll down a little bit and focus on the entries of 24 and 25th of July. These contain similar reports about KLA-run prisons and the beatings by KLA military police by a person beaten by KLA and reports of KLA military police expelling people from their homes. If we could, if you have had a chance to look at them, we can move to the next page.
Yeah.
If we can focus on the top of the page, the entries of 4th, 5th, and 7th of August. Thank you. And all these entries are reporting kidnappings and beatings by KLA members.
Yes.
Is this the kind of reporting that you were receiving at the time regarding crimes reportedly committed by KLA members and members of the KLA military police?
Yes. Again, I don't remember any of the specific incidents, but these are the types of reports you would receive or have to act upon.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender this document into evidence. I didn't hear you.
I thought it was already admitted.
I'm sorry, I will check.
I don't have an ERN.
Okay. No, it's not been admitted, I'm told. It's ERN 012757 to ERN 012766.
Any objection?
No objection.
Your Honor, I would just note that the witness was unable to give any information about any of the details that were put to him. Plus, this is a 10-page document with a whole range of incidents that have been set out, which haven't been put to the witness. I'm not necessarily objecting, but it goes to the weight of the document when there's actually no evidence given about it, and the weight is so minimal that we just wish to highlight that.
Primarily, he's indicating that it is one of the reports that they are used to receiving. That was basically all the testimony there was. So I understand your objection. Go ahead. Or your comment, I should say.
Your Honour, even then, it's that these were the kind of reports, not a specific report that he recalls. And I do object on the basis of the answer that the witness doesn't remember any of the specific incidents.
The court will give the document the weight it deems appropriate, given the very limited statements made about the document. So it is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honors, and the document will be assigned exhibit number P01984. It's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Your Honor, for the remaining questions, I'd like to move in private session as the documents are subject to Rule 107 restrictions.
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. We're adjourned for that time.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness back in, Madam Usher. Back into private session, please.
Your Honor,
Just a moment.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President, our queue has been released.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start again now that we're in public session, Mr. Strohmeyer. My name is Luka Micetic. I am defense counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I will be asking you some questions over the next few hours. My first question to you is, have you communicated with anyone recently, other than the SPO, about your testimony to try to refresh your recollection?
No.
In paragraph 23 of preparation note 2, you've said that you recently found notebooks relating to your time in Kosovo, but you did not review them as you were not sure it was still necessary. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you discover the notebooks?
We had a move, and as part of the move in my private residence, we also moved boxes in and out of the basement, and there I saw the box. I had looked for the box before I knew that I had some of my. I'm a relatively meticulous note taker, and I collect all my notebooks from all my years, my missions, and I couldn't find some of those Kosovo notebooks, and I saw in the box some of the notebooks that were attributable to that time.
But you have not reviewed them?
No.
Okay. Now, concerning the beginning of your engagement with UNMIK, you said in your SPO interview that you were reading about the UN's mission and mandate in Kosovo as you were flying to Kosovo on the 10th of June, 1999, correct?
Yes.
And you said that both you and Mr. de Mello, who was to be the special representative of the Secretary General in Kosovo, had to study the role and authorities under Security Council Resolution 1244 and figure out how to implement it in practice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what about 1244 was unclear?
First of all, Mr. de Mello was like this. He did this later on also with other mandates. He would go with different colored highlighters through different aspects, and he just wanted to really understand. And we understood what was written, the black letter law that was in front of us. But for example, the dynamics between what is NATO, what is UN, what exactly in detail was expected of us. So it was to get a feel basically. For 1244, we went over this quite a few times, and I do remember that Mr. de Mello sometimes called me back, and this was on the plane to Rome, and called me back and said, I have a question here, how do you see this? And I mean, I don't remember the details anymore, but this, I remember us quite over a number of hours having a number of exchanges over different parts of 1244. I'm not saying that the overall resolution was unclear. Obviously, we had followed the political context and everything. We knew why that resolution was there and what it was trying to achieve and reflect. But it was about the details and the dynamics, and to just get a better and more operational feel. Remember, Mr. Micetic, this was the first time that the United Nations was given an executive mandate, which was an enormous responsibility for an SRSG, who was not just an administrator, but now de facto sort of the administrator of an executive administrator of a territory. And so it was in that light that he wanted to have as good a feel for the resolution as is possible.
Okay. You personally entered Kosovo on the 12th of June, 1999, correct?
Yes.
And while you had been following the situation in Kosovo through the news, before you got to Kosovo, you had no first-hand information about the situation on the ground and what had been happening, correct?
First-hand meaning having been there myself, or?
Yes.
No first-hand.
Well, in paragraph 12 of your statement, you say, we had little first-hand information, particularly during the outflux of Kosovar Albanians, of the situation of those who remained inside Kosovo.
If I could just maybe qualify. So I was, at the time, working in the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, of which Mr. de Mello was at the time the Undersecretary General. And so this is the Humanitarian Coordination Office of the United Nations. And obviously, we were very familiar with the broader context and the military campaign in Kosovo, and some of the information that we had from human and humanitarian movements and needs and so on. So there are daily sit reps, but it was from what I remember. I forgot now exactly in what month it was, but maybe April or May. There was the Security Council admitted then or worked towards having a mission that was headed by Mr. De Mello, in fact, into Kosovo. There was a short tour. I don't remember anymore where they were, but he was definitely there prior to it with his Russian chief of staff at OCHA at the time. And I was not on that mission. So we did have some first-hand information, but it was very difficult for anyone to have presence, organized presence. So we weren't present in all corners of Kosovo in an organized manner. And UNHCR, which was the office set up to deal with refugees, was also hampered and was of the opinion that people should stay in their places in Kosovo and not leave. And because the civilian population, and that was during the campaign, did leave, even HCR in a way was overwhelmed, and that led to a certain dearth in real-time information. Again, at the micro, not at the macro level.
Okay. Let me be more specific. You personally did not have any prior information on KLA structures during 1998 and 1999?
No.
You were not briefed about the organizational structure of the KLA?
No.
Okay. It would be correct then that you have no basis to assess whether the KLA had a settled command and control system, correct?
Not based on prior briefings.
Well, did you get a subsequent briefing?
No, but there was a reality once we were there. I mean, individuals who presented themselves to us, and prior to that to the international community as the ones representing the KLA, but also with titles attached. And then, if I look at some of the meetings that we had, or also some of the actions then taken, when we appealed to you, have to appeal to your forces. You have to do a public statement. You have to cut down on some of the violence, or refrain from setting up courts, by the same individuals who represented themselves to us as the political leaders. They never said, well, we have nothing to do with this. You know, they took this on board and tried to act on this. So we had no reason not to believe that these were the people who were in command and in charge of that organization. And as I just referred to earlier, in the document that was shown to me, it was the chief of the general staff of the UGK, as which Mr. Cecco presented himself, and Mr. Thaçi later on also as the commander of chief of the UGK. So that's what I'm saying. There was then, through our interactions and presence in Kosovo, there was definitely a much clearer assumption that there was command and control that those individuals would exercise over at least some of their structures.
So let's just understand it. You have no knowledge of command and control within the KLA prior to the 12th of June, 1999, correct?
Correct.
And your basis for saying that there was a settled command and control system is what you've just described?
Yes.
Okay. And to clarify, you did not receive any briefing from anyone in a military position on command and control within the KLA subsequent to 12 June 99, correct?
No,
Okay. No, you did not.
no, I did not.
Thank you. Now, you served as legal advisor until August of 99, correct?
September. I think I was until the end of July, and then I went back to New York for 2 weeks, and I came back for 4 weeks or so. I think that's end of August or September. I don't remember my departure date exactly anymore.
Okay, let me see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could have DHT 04968 to DHT 04968 on the screen, please. This is your published biography on the website of the International Organization for Migration. And if we could scroll down, please. Yes, right there in the second paragraph from the bottom. It says in the beginning in the second line, from June to August 1999, you served as the legal advisor to the special representative of the Secretary General in Kosovo. And then I'd like to show you one more document, DHT 04969 to DHT 04986, please. Mr. Strohmeyer, do you recall that you published an article in the American Journal of International Law in 2001?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We're going to put that article on the screen.
Could I have the year end, please, again?
DHT 04969 to DHT 04986. Now, let me just state that the article was published in 2001, correct? So 2 years after you left Kosovo. Is that the article?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. If we could, it says collapse and reconstruction of a judicial system, the United Nations missions in Kosovo and East Timor, by Hans-Jörg Strohmeyer with an asterisk. And if we could scroll down to the bottom so we can see the asterisk, please. And if we could blow that up so that it's more visible. Thank you. Now there you wrote from June, in the middle of that paragraph there, from June to August 1999, he served as the legal advisor to the SRSG in Kosovo. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you accept that it may be that, since this is closer in time, that it was in August that you ceased your function?
As I said before, I don't remember anymore when exactly I left Kosovo. If that's what I said there's a likelihood that that's correct.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender both papers into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 04968 to DHT 04968 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be assigned exhibit number 1D00225, and it's currently classified as public.
And there's one more.
DHT 04969 to DHT 04948.
86.
86.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Is admitted.
And this will be assigned exhibit number 1D00226, again classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the time, Mr. President.
Your Honor, may I clarify if for this other document they are tendering the first page only? It's an 18-page document.
I may actually need to put more pages in further on in my cross-examination, so I was tendering the whole thing, but if you want to wait until I use the other pages, that's fine too.
Do you have some objection to the whole thing?
No, Your Honor.
We'll leave it as is, as
Thank-
stated.
Thank you.
Witness, we take a half-hour break at this time. Please leave the courtroom with the usher. Please, we'll see you in a half hour.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, may I? Your Honor, may I inquire if we can release the next witness for 87474? If we can release him
For today?
for today.
Yes.
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 Your Honours, and while the witness is being brought in, could I also just indicate that we don't oppose the video link for 2714 either. So I think you have a full house now.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us know. We won't have the need to have any submissions tomorrow morning, and we will enter an order authorizing the video appearance. All right, Mr. Strohmeyer, we continue now with the cross-examination by the Thaçi defense team.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Strohmeyer, just to continue where we left off, you've said that you left for 2 weeks to Germany at some point.
No, to New York.
Okay. Okay, you went to New York for 2 weeks, and that would have been when?
I mean, again, I don't exactly remember the day. I do remember that on the day, and I think that was a Friday, so I'm on the day of the Grachko incident, that I was supposed to leave, but I think I postponed it then by a day or two. And from my recollection, that day may have been a Friday or so, but I don't exactly. So 1 or 2 days after that, I left, and then I think I was away for 2 weeks.
Okay. So all told, if you in fact did leave Kosovo let's say at the end of August '99, you would have been in Kosovo approximately 2.5 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to turn to your meetings with Mr. Thaçi and the KLA. You've testified that you attended regular meetings between the SRSG, which is the Special Representative of the Secretary General, and General Jackson in the first weeks after your arrival, correct?
Correct.
And as we saw on direct examination, you also attended meetings of the Joint Implementation Council, the JIC, on the demobilization of the KLA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, about the Provisional Government of Kosovo, who formed the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
I cannot talk about who formed the government. What I can...
That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Where was it formed?
Same answer.
When was it formed?
Well, what I can attest to is that an organigram was presented to us in the meeting at the Grand Hotel with the ambition that said the provisional government of Kosovo was being or was planned or was about to be formed. So there was, for us, there was an idea. It was not just a hearsay that we've heard it somewhere. There was some, at least, evidence as to the ambition to form this.
Was it formed before or after your arrival in Kosovo?
I mean, as I said, the meeting in the Grand Hotel took place 2 or 3 days or a few days after our arrival. And that's the first time we were confronted with the situation of a provisional government of Kosovo being formed, having been formed, I don't know, but with the existence, with the ambition of a provisional government of Kosovo.
I'm putting aside when you were informed. I'm asking you a very specific question. When was the provisional government of Kosovo established?
That I told you before, I don't know when it was established.
Okay. Why was the Provisional Government of Kosovo established?
In our impression, the Provisional Government of Kosovo was a reflection of the ambition of at least the KLA leaders to create a government and administration that was that was designed not by the Security Council or UNMIK, but was a design of their own.
You say it was our impression. When you say our, who are you speaking on behalf of?
Those who were, for example, in that meeting present at the Grand Hotel, or who later on spoke about this. As from that moment on, we were aware that there was an ambition to form a provisional government of Kosovo.
Yes, but I'm asking you now the why. Why was it formed, right? And I believe your answer is basically what your impression was after you came in country, correct?
So you asked me whether it was before. You asked me whether it was formed before or after. So I said I do not know when or whether whatever the constituting acts of that were. But what I can tell you is that in this meeting at the Grand Hotel, it was an organigram, an idea was presented to us, and that was not presented to us by anyone else, but that was Mr. Thaçi. There were others in the room. I don't remember exactly anymore who. I believe Mr. Slimi maybe, but Mr. Thaçi definitely was the one presenting this. And from that moment on, we were aware that this was an ambition of that particular part of those individuals at least, but probably the KLA, to form a provisional government of Kosovo that was different from the administration that we were supposed to set up under 1244. And exactly as to the why, that was very much in our impression again, a move to establish an administration by their own design and by their own demand, by their own command or control. And so that, anyway, as to the why, what the constituent elements were of this, whether there was an assembly or a document underpinning this, I don't know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that prior to 1244, the United Nations had no role in negotiating a political resolution to the conflict in Kosovo?
Yes, I mean, I think that's correct.
Okay. So at the Rambouillet conference, the United Nations had no presence there, correct?
I don't know anymore, to be honest. We all know that it was in the very last days, very short, quick before our deployment, or before the ceasefire, that Kofi Annan sort of managed to get the mandate towards the UN. Our assumption throughout, which goes to the earlier question of first-hand presence or impressions on the ground, this was at the time left to the OSCE and the KBM, and which also is a reason for why. I'm not saying we were surprised, because we knew that for a number of days, but it was not a role that we could have prepared ourselves for like 3 or 4 months. It was a relatively short, whether Kofi Annan or who from the UN was in Rambouillet, I don't know anymore.
Okay. Mr. Court Officer, if we could have Exhibit 1D69 on the screen, please. Mr. Strohmeyer, what I'm showing you now is an agreement reached in Rambouillet on the 23rd of February 1999, establishing the Provisional Government of Kosovo. I'd ask you to take a look at that in English. If you look at it, you'll see that the Provisional Government was a government created by three parties: the KLA, where Mr. Thaçi signed, the LDK, where Mr. Rugova signed, and the LBD, for which Recep Chosia signed. And what they decided was to form the Provisional Government of Kosovo, that they would have a mandate to govern until the first free elections in Kosovo, and that the mandate to form a government by mutual agreement was given to a representative of the KLA. The three political groups will have an equal representation in government, adding to this number the mandate holder and other potential independent members. Now, this is the first time you've seen this document, correct?
Yes.
The conclusions you reach in your statement about why the provisional government was formed were made without any knowledge of the actual background to how the provisional government was formed, correct?
Yes.
If we could turn, please, to a different exhibit, DHT 04955 to DHT 04967. I'm going to show you an article which discusses the creation of the Provisional Government of Kosovo. If we could go to page, this is from something called the Balkan Crisis Report. And if we could go to page DHT 04961, please. It's page 7 of 13 in the PDF, I believe. And the third paragraph from the top says, at the same time, aware of their failure to present a credible united front at Rambouillet, the KLA and the LDK have agreed to form a new shadow government. In the proposed new structure, Rugova will remain president, while the KLA's Thaçi has been nominated to be prime minister. The loser will be Bujar Bukoshi, the current prime minister in exile, who since 1992 has been isolated by Rugova and considered a nemesis to the KLA. He will be forced out and, more importantly, turn over control of the foreign-raised reserves, roughly estimated by many to be 300 million, to the new government. As the KLA and LDK find common ground, the true test will be keeping the KLA from splitting between the hardliners, independence or nothing, and the moderates, sidelining independence in exchange for the presence of NATO ground troops. Now, this article was published in February of '99 as well. You did not see anything prior to seeing this article. You saw nothing in the press about what the provisional government arrangement was, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Prior to today, you did not know that it was Mr. Rugova who co-created the Provisional Government of Kosovo, correct?
From today's recollection, no.
Okay. I tender the article into evidence, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the entire range seems to be a collection of articles, so I have no objections to pages 6 and 7. So that is this specific article, but I would object to the other articles.
That's fine with me, Mr. President. That's one article.
DHT 04955, pages 6 and 7 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, DHT 04960 and DHT 04960. Let me do it again. DHT 04961 will be admitted as Exhibit 1D00227, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President, if I could also ask that the cover page be added so that we have a date and where it was published.
That would be 4955.
Yes, yes.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 4955 will also be included in the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Court Officer, if we could have Exhibit 1D 148, please, on the screen. And if we could go, Mr. Strohmeyer, I'm showing you now a State Department code cable from April of 1999, again, 2 months before you entered Kosovo. And if we could go to page DHT 04961. And it discusses a conversation Madam Albright, Secretary Albright, had with representatives of the KLA. Again, it's DHT 04961. No? I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong page, sorry. DHT 01539, please. If we could scroll to the bottom. It says, political issues. Secretary Albright stressed the need for a broad-based Kosovo provisional government. It was good places had been reserved for the LDK, and it was important to continue to reach out to Rugova. While we could not recognize the provisional government, we would certainly, if we could turn the page, please, want to work with it in practice. We were all confused about Rugova's status. He had to be under duress as he made recent statements of support for a political deal. Now, again, Mr. Strohmeyer, prior to today, you did not know that the provisional government had the support of the United States before you came into country, correct?
I did not have knowledge of the content of this specific document that you just showed me.
Okay. Did you have any briefing or any background prior to entering Kosovo as to what the plans were for post-war Kosovo before 1244 was agreed and negotiated?
No.
Okay. If we could have Mr. Strohmeyer's witness statement on the screen, please. This is P 1968, paragraphs 25 to 26, PDF page 7. If we could go down to paragraph 26, please. Mr. Strohmeyer, you can read that to yourself and then ask us to turn the page when you're ready.
Would 25 and 26?
Yes.
Yes.
If we could turn the page, please, in English.
finish 26, 27 as well? Or?
No, 26 is
Okay.
fine. Mr. Strohmeyer, it's correct that you made the statements in paragraph 26 in the absence of any knowledge of how, when, where, or why the provisional government was formed, correct?
At least in my today's recollection, yes.
Okay. So it's incorrect what you say in paragraph 26 that the KLA had unilaterally created the provisional government, correct? You say in paragraph 26, to that explanation, the reaction of Thaçi and the other KLA leaders.
Could I just see, is that at the beginning of 26? Or?
I'm sorry, yes. Yes, if we could go back one to the bottom. It starts to the bottom, so paragraph 26. I explained the content of 1244, which was that the UN was the only legitimate governing authority in Kosovo. To that explanation, the reaction of Thaçi and the other KLA leaders was clear. They had unilaterally established what they called the Provisional Government of Kosovo, which was composed mainly of KLA representatives. If we could turn the page, please. The PGK had been established in order to exercise control in Kosovo to the exclusion of the international presence and any other ethnic Albanian organizations, political parties. Right? All of that is wrong.
That reflects my memory as I stated it. I mean, I think the fundamental thing that provides no, but
let me just ask you if you could answer my question first, and then you can explain.
Sure.
All of that is wrong, correct?
This is my recollection, and you've just presented me with documents that would, at least from the point of view of when those agreements were reached over the PGK, would suggest that at least parts of my recollection may not have been accurate in the sense that this was just an idea of the KLA.
Well, let me first start with this. You're a judge in Germany. Would you agree that your experience is that it's generally not a good idea to make sweeping statements with incomplete information?
So, Mr. Defense Counsel, what I would like to repeat is that to the best of my knowledge, this was a meeting, this was the impression that we got at the meeting. That's what I'm reflecting. Okay. I'm not commenting on whether we thought that was a sweeping or not observation or conclusion. It may appear so from your point of view of today, but I do think that what you don't mention, if I may say that, whatever happened before 1244 was a fundamental game changer. It was a fundamental game changer.
I understand, but let's look at.
And that's our reference. That's our judging point. That's our reference point for this.
Where I struggle, and we have to be careful because we're both speaking in English, so we can't speak over each other for the benefit of the court reporter and interpreters. Where I'm struggling with paragraph 26, and I will note that you corrected a portion of this in your preparation note 1 at paragraph 14, where you say, the sentence starting the PGK had been established in order to exercise control in Kosovo is a conclusion you drew, resulting not from one single event, but from a combination of many events you observed like a mosaic. The underlying conclusion is correct and is not only based on what you observed at the meeting, but throughout your time in Kosovo.
Correct.
Correct, okay. Now, where I struggle with paragraph 26 is the way it's written. It says, you laid out 1244. If we can go back, just so that the witness can see. Back one page, please. And scroll down. The first sentence says, you explained 1244, and then you say, to that explanation, the reaction of Thaçi and the other KLA leaders was clear. And now you say that what you write after that is an impression that you reached. So what was the reaction of Mr. Thaçi that was clear?
Well, if you scroll down, sorry, it's just a page break. We have to go back and forth. But if you go to the continuing part of para 26, it was our impression, and that was what was stated to us, that their plans were to create this provisional government of Kosovo. They were expecting us to offer a support role. I mean, as I said before, it was not about you have no place here, but in a support role. Whereas we had just highlighted and continue to reinforce that 1244 envisaged a different construction and a different reality.
Well, in preparation note 1, at paragraph 13, you say you're fairly certain that this meeting took place at the Grand Hotel,
Yeah.
but you do not remember any other details of the conversation between De Mello and Thaçi when Thaçi presented the organogram. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you don't really recollect what Mr. Thaçi's reaction was to your spelling out of the terms of 1244.
Not verbatim in terms of reaction, but I do remember as a reaction that, and I've always reflected this reaction in my statements, that the reaction was one that envisaged a different construction and for the administration of Kosovo, which was one that was run through the PGK with the UN as a support role, and that definitely I remember that that from the meeting, because from then on it was basically clear that that's the point we had to address, to avoid having a parallel system, a government and system of institutions there. And that's the conclusion I and everyone else took away from that meeting. I do not remember the day or anything, but I do remember that it was, I mean, sort of the room and higher up. So I'm pretty certain it was in the Grand Hotel, and that's why I made that a small recollection, because the premises in Sunny Hill looked very different.
Okay. Now, you've said in your statement that the meeting took place about a week after your entry into Kosovo, correct?
I think that's what I said. It could also have been 3 or 4 days. I mean,
If we could scroll up to paragraph 25, please.
yeah.
It says approximately
Yeah.
a week after we arrived in Kosovo, we met with KLA leaders for the first time. Right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay. So that would be somewhere around the 19th of June?
If it was a week, it could have also been a few days before, or so. I doubt it was a few days after.
Okay. So if it was a few days before, which I think you may be right, let's look at DHT 04937 to DHT 04950. This document is called Timeline of the UN in Kosovo, 11 June to 12 July, 1999. And if we can go to page 3 in the PDF, please. And it says on day 7, June 17, it says, Sergio Vieira de Mello and General Jackson met with the Patriarch of Belgrade, who was in Pristina to discuss the exodus of Serbs from the province. Then it says, de Mello also met with the newly appointed head of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia Committee, for cooperation and links with the United Nations, Nebojša Vujović, in Pristina. He also met with all three of the Kosovo-Albanian political parties, the LDK, the LDP, and the UCK, who endorsed the UN mission in Kosovo and committed their support for multi-party democracy in the province. Now, the date 17 June more or less corresponds with your recollection of the first meeting with the KLA, correct?
As I said before, forgive me, I couldn't say it was on the 17th of June. It was the same meetings, but it was within a few days, within that first week or so of us being there. And it was not on the first or second day, it was a few days after, so within that range of.
Now, it says that the person, and it refers to the KLA here as a political party, so a person acting on behalf of a political wing of the KLA, committed to support or endorsed UNMIK and committed their support for multi-party democracy in the province. Correct?
That's what the document says.
Now, would you agree that those conclusions would be somewhat inconsistent with your recollection of the first meeting with the KLA in terms of imposing itself as the only authority, subordinating the UNMIK to itself, etc.?
First of all, I don't remember, I cannot say whether the meeting referred to here on the 17th of June is the meeting that I'm referring to. If indeed this was a separate, this was not a meeting with all three parties together. It was a meeting individually with the KLA, and I remember Mr. Thaçi being there. I know that there were others in the room, but I couldn't tell you it now exactly anymore how many and who exactly else was there. But I do remember that there were subsequent meetings, and I was in one of them, and it may have been in that time as well, where those three were in the room adjacent to the SRSG's office in the old JNA headquarters that we had set up, our initial headquarters. I don't know whether that's the same meeting or not. But as for the statement, support for multi-party democracy in the province, that may very well be that people in such a meeting reinforce this and mention this, and there were other occasions where that was mentioned, but there was also a reality. And so it is also quite conceivable that the impression that I and others had were impressions that looked at factors beyond declarations of political leaders in meetings.
Okay. So you're saying that it could be that KLA political representatives in one meeting are saying they're for multi-party democracy and in supporting of UNMIK, and then roughly at the same time period, the political representatives are meeting with you and saying they're for subordination of UNMIK and the complete takeover of power in Kosovo by the KLA.
I haven't used the word subordination. What I did say was a setup that conceived, that envisaged a different role, a support role for the UN, rather than an executive role of providing and forming the administration. And yes, it is conceivable that in and around the same time, in different meetings, different things were being discussed. If this indeed was a meeting where Sergio Villa de Mello would meet with all three of them together in that room, it was different, slightly different messaging and a different openness from the meeting that we would have in private. I'm just saying that is not inconceivable, but there was also a reality around this, and that reality was definitely being expressed in that meeting, envisaging more of a support role for the UN vis-à-vis that provisional government vis-à-vis the 1244 role that we had.
That's clear. Mr. President, I tender the document into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the witness wasn't able to identify the meeting, and it's a 14-page document. If necessary, this can be admitted just this one page for reference, but it has very little value.
I'm happy to admit the cover page and this page, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, that would be DHT 4930, and what's the second page?
The first page would be I believe it's DHT 04937 is the cover page, and then this page is DHT 04939.
So DHT 04937 and DHT 04939 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. Those two pages will be assigned exhibit number 1D00228, classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, we read out in paragraph 26 where you said that the KLA had been formed to the exclusion of the international presence and any other ethnic Albanian organizations, political parties. Do you accept now that the provisional government had in fact been formed by also the LDK?
But the documents that you showed me from Rambouillet would indicate that, yes.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 27, and if we could, for the benefit of the witness, have P 1968, PDF page 8, please. And that's paragraph 27. Scroll down, or yes, next page, I believe. Yes. In this paragraph, and we can take down the other document. In this paragraph, towards the middle, you say.
Could you identify the paragraph by number?
Sorry, it's paragraph 27, for the record. It says, the KLA, and this is now about 6 lines down. The KLA was very well aware of the political vacuum within Kosovo, so I think the primary motivation behind challenging the UN's overall authority in Kosovo was not so much to test the UN or the international presence, but to move quickly to fill this vacuum vis-à-vis other Kosovar Albanian groups, most notably Ibrahim Rugova and the LDK, by establishing facts on the ground. In other words, the KLA was not so much trying to challenge the UN per se, but rather to establish themselves as the political authority in Kosovo. Now, again, as we've seen, it was Mr. Rugova who co-created the provisional government, and you know that now, correct?
I mean, look, I think the co-creation, this was something that happened in Rambouillet. But after Rambouillet, there was 1244, and 1244 altered everything. So there was a reality. And after 1244, that may have altered basically the... not that there was I don't dispute that there was, as you showed me in the documents, that there was a creation of the provisional government. But what I can tell you is I do not recall a meeting in which the LDK presented to us an organigram of the provisional government of Kosovo. So post 1244, putting against the letter and the ambition of 1244 to establish or leave the executive authority and the administration in the hands of UNMIK, to present us with a proposal and a structure of a provisional government of Kosovo could not be seen as anything else but a challenge to the mandate we were given by the Security Council.
Did the organogram that Mr. Thaçi presented include reserved seats for the LDK?
As I said before, I don't recall the details of the organogram anymore that was presented to us.
Well, that would be an important fact in assessing your conclusion here that the purpose of the provisional government and the KLA's motive was to exclude the KLA.
But I'm also not saying, I don't think in my statement I've ever said that anything relating to the structure of the organogram, that I thought there were only KLA members listed, but it was only the KLA members who presented this to us and insisted on it. And so the conclusion from our side could not be any other than that the KLA was, through the presentation of the PGK, presenting a challenge to the authority of UNMIK under 1244.
You don't know, and if we could have exhibit 019752 to 019753 on the screen, please. And if we could also keep the witness statement on the right-hand side. If we could scroll down, please. This is an article from before your entry into Kosovo, 21st of May, 1999. It says, the Kosovo Liberation Army leader Hashim Thaçi speaks at a news conference in Tirana on May 21st. Thaçi said he had invited moderate ethnic Albanian President Ibrahim Rugova for talks in Tirana to build a unified political platform. You don't have any knowledge of anything related to this prior to your entry into Kosovo, correct?
I have not seen this. I don't recall having seen this article.
Then let's go to 1D88, please.
If I may ask for clarification, should we remove both of the documents? Or?
Just remove the article on the left and the statement on the right can stay. Now, this is an article while you were in country, and you've told the prosecutor that you were receiving reports while you were in country. And it says, Kosovo Albanian leader condemns violence, and this is 6 July 1999. And it relates to comments from Mr. Thaçi. It says he distanced himself on Tuesday from violence which had plagued the southern Serbian province in recent weeks. Thaçi's statement came after leaders of Serb minority in Kosovo threatened to withdraw cooperation with ethnic Albanians because of attacks against members of their community. Thaçi, a leader of the Kosovo Liberation Army guerrillas who fought against Serb rule and now prime minister of the self-proclaimed provisional government, condemned lootings, thefts, and vandalism as mindless and irresponsible. He also issued a warning to rival ethnic Albanian leader Ibrahim Rugova and his LDK party, telling him he would give them only until the end of this week to take up their positions in the provisional government. Thaçi insisted the KLA was not responsible for attacks on Serbs who had been targeted by ethnic Albanians seeking revenge for Serb violence against them. Now, you were in country at this point. Were you aware that Mr. Thaçi was appealing to Mr. Rugova to join the provisional government?
I don't know that anymore, whether I was aware of that fact.
Okay. Your conclusions in paragraph 26 and 27 about the provisional government being created for the purpose of exclusion of other Albanian political parties was made with incomplete information. Is that fair?
What I described before was that I'm giving you the impressions and conclusions that we had based on the presentation. This was of the provisional government of Kosovo by the provisional government. Organigram, plans, and so on were not presented to us by anyone else but the KLA and Mr. Thaçi.
Mr. Witness, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my time is limited. It's a very simple question. Is it fair to say that the conclusions you reached were based on incomplete information?
Objection, asked and answer.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I don't want. Obviously, no one ever claims that they had all the pieces of information available in Kosovo or prior to our deployment in Kosovo, and neither did I. But I can say that what I stated here was my impression, as is noted here, for the reasons that I tried to explain.
Okay. We can take the document down on the left, please. And if we could move to paragraph 33 of the witness's statement. Now, this paragraph says, I attended regular meetings between the SRSG and KFOR commander, KFOR, General Mike Jackson, in the first weeks of my arrival. KFOR's stance was that they were not in Kosovo to uphold law and order. They were there to prevent any escalation of the volatile situation after the cessation of the armed conflict. And it was UNMIK's responsibility to maintain civil law and order to rebuild the infrastructure of Kosovo. Now, according to this, the KFOR commander said that the armed conflict had ceased. When did he say it had ceased?
Well, there was a ceasefire, or the maybe that's technically the wrong term, but the declaration of, what was it, on the 9th of June, or which led us actually to leave New York on the 10th of June, the standing down from any further armed action by NATO was, forgot now whether that was probably not a cessation of hostilities or a ceasefire, but something of the sort. I forgot now exactly what the legal terminology was, but that was the reference point. So anything after the 9th or the 10th of June was considered a different situation.
So the 10th of June, up to the 10th of June, you understood to be armed conflict. After the 10th of June, the armed conflict had ceased.
Objection, calls for speculation and ultimate issue.
Sorry, it's in his statement, Mr. President.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, we were under the impression that, plainly speaking, that there was armed action, armed conflict in Kosovo, and that from that KFOR's deployment and the UN resolution was aiming at preventing another outbreak of armed conflict in whatever configuration.
Yes, but I'm looking for the date, and as I understood your previous answer, the 10th of June is the date that separates.
I think there was something on the 9th of June, which I don't fully remember, but the 10th of June was sort of a big day for us. That was also why we only left on the 10th of June once that cessation or whatever, technically it had been declared.
Okay. If we could have Exhibit 1D209 on the screen, please. And keeping that statement on the right. Now, this is a report of the Secretary General of the UN, and if we could go to SPOE 00000755, please, to go to the report I'm looking for, which is yes, that's the report, I believe. The document is dated 12 July 1999. It is the report of the Secretary General of the UN Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo. Now, what role did UNMIK itself have in helping the Secretary General prepare these interim reports?
I would say the core of the draft was probably prepared in Kosovo by the staff of UNMIK, but I really couldn't tell you anymore who in New York had what impact on the final version of this and what political considerations were applied. I mean, it was that's the standard practice that of any UN mission, that the mission sort of takes a first stab, but it doesn't mean that every single word in the final version is the word of the mission on the ground.
Okay. If we could go to paragraph 8, I believe, in this document. Sorry, 88. Is that the only? That's the next page? Okay, that's fine. Witness, paragraph 88 here, it says, a particularly acute human rights problem in Kosovo is uncertainty about the whereabouts of family members who have gone missing during the conflict. Abductions have also occurred after the conflict ended. Now, this document is prepared on the 12th of July, 99, and where it says after the conflict ended, based on your previous answer, are we to understand that to mean after the 10th of June?
I mean, looking at the paragraph overall, I do think that this suggests that this is more the maybe hostilities or violence caused by forces on the ground, whereas the 10th of June marks the day, the end of the NATO action, and so for us, technically speaking, that marked the end of the conflict. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone there, you know.
Okay. If we could look at one more document, and again, this is your 2001 paper, which is 1D226, please.
Interpreter's note: for the benefit of interpretation, we would kindly ask the Council to slow down when quoting documents. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Strohmeyer, again, this is your 2001 article.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go to page 3, footnote 5, please. Now, in footnote 5, you cite to the UN report I just showed you, the 12 July 1999 Secretary General's report. And you say, at the end of the Kosovo conflict, out of a population estimated at 1.7 million, almost half, 800,000, had sought refuge abroad, mainly in neighboring Albania, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and Montenegro. In addition, an estimated 500,000 people were internally displaced within Kosovo. And then you cite to that report that I just showed you, paragraph 8 of that report. Now, there you write that those are the statistics at the end of the Kosovo conflict. Again, are you referring there to 10 June, that these were the refugee statistics up until 10 June?
I just saw when you were scrolling down from the from the first page that I actually, I think in the first or second paragraph, referred to the 10th of June as the end of the airstrikes or something like this. So that, as I said, that is sort of overall probably that was our reference point, the 10th of June.
All right, thank you. Now let's turn to. We can take that document down on the left. You discuss crimes against minorities beginning at paragraph 29 of your statement. If we could go back one page. Sorry, next page, please. Sorry. There we go. You say there was widespread lawlessness and disorder because there was no organized, lawful, and existing civilian police force, and that is based on the security briefings and meetings you had with NATO and KFOR, correct?
Yes, at the very beginning, I mean, at first we depended very much on these KFOR briefings. The longer we were there, we of course had our own reports, our own observations. There was the OSCE, there were the interactions with people that we had that would have confirmed that very same impression. That's why I think I say here security briefings and meetings we had with NATO and KFOR. But somewhere else I actually say that it was this mosaic, of information where you have different types of interlocutors. So in the very early days, it was very much NATO, KFOR, and OSCE reports, and then our information became obviously more, our sources of information became more diverse as we had our own.
Yes, but I just want to be clear. You did not personally witness attacks against minorities, correct?
I did, but in the same sort of scattered way as they were reported. I mean, I do remember. I think I described this somewhere, where we drove down from the Sunny Hill neighborhood to downtown Pristina, and saw on the left side, as was common in some of those in those days, sort of a couple packing up, putting things on the roof of their car, and it was a restaurant with Cyrillic script. So we concluded at the time that it was Serbs who were leaving, and I forgot now what we had to do. Maybe just pick up something. Relatively shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, half an hour, we drove in the opposite direction back to Sunny Hill, and we did see that the same place was burning, and the car. So we stopped, spoke to that couple, or to those people who had said that a Molotov cocktail had just been thrown into their premises and burned not only the premises but also most of their belongings on the car, and that indeed there were Serbs who wanted to leave, and so I don't know whether there were other things, but we were aware of some of the personal threats against some of the non-Albanian members of those judges that we had appointed. We had staff. I had at one point a driver who took me down to to Skopje, who told me that he was going to leave in 2 or 3 days, and he was from the non-Albanian Muslim minority and had been told that they don't belong here anymore. So that it was a lot of these types of things. I mean, I'm saying I didn't have endless observations because that was not my role. I wasn't going after recording those incidents. But even from my vantage point, I would have interactions or see some of these types of things. And then, of course, we would read and discuss these reports, human rights and other reports that we would receive on a daily basis.
Okay. The human rights, the reports you received, they included reports from Sandra Mitchell?
From the OSCE, I mean, I think Sandra Mitchell was the head of maybe the human rights section of OSCE, and then maybe Rob Pulver was the head of legal or judicial affairs in OSCE. We would mostly meet with both of them together, sometimes others, and try to ascertain. And sometimes it was like that we were also prompted, or we had read information in a KFOR, in a NATO report. I had heard something there that we would cross-check whether this was the same incident, just slightly different objects. So it's these kinds of things that you do at the beginning.
Okay. Witness, I'd like to show you a video. It's 38 seconds. It's 1D76, please. And just to give you some background to it, it's a video of the Pentagon spokesman, Kenneth Bacon, speaking prior to the entry into Kosovo. I believe it's on the 5th of June, that we'll see on the video, describing the plans for entry into Kosovo and what they expect to find.
Sorry, that would be the NATO plans of entry into Kosovo.
The KFOR.
The fact of the matter is that I don't think that Kosovo is going to be a very happy place for Serbs when NATO comes in, and I don't think Serbs will want to stay there. I think they'll want to return to Serbia. We don't know how big the Serb minority is there. It's probably about 100,000, could be a little more than that. But as Kosovar Albanians flow back in, our assumption is that many Serbs will probably return to Serbia.
It sounds like you're encouraging the Serbs who now live in Kosovo then to leave.
I'm not encouraging them at all. I'm just stating what we anticipate the facts will be.
He says there that we anticipate that Kosovo will not be a very happy place for Serbs. Did you receive any intelligence briefings prior to entry into Kosovo or during your time in Kosovo?
We received, so we left New York on the 10th, arrived in Rome in the early morning hours of the 11th, then went over to Skopje, and I think in the afternoon of the 11th, we received a first briefing by KFOR. This was the first meeting that the SRSG Vera de Mello had with KFOR, and Martin Griffiths, his deputy, was present. I was invited to come, and maybe Fabrizio Hochschild, and so that's when we discussed modalities of the entry then into Kosovo on the next day, but also that was our first sort of more detailed briefing. But this is just to say we also had deployed Martin Griffiths and another staff member to Skopje already for 2 or 3 weeks before that to start with the outlines of a report and I'm just saying, so we had also some sources of information from our own side.
Okay, but are they intelligence briefings?
Not intel. The NATO one, I don't know whether there was an intelligence officer present or not, but they were not necessarily labeled intelligence briefings.
Now, you saw the video where you briefed to expect and anticipate that emotions would be high and there may be a danger of revenge crimes against Serbs and that you needed to do something to make sure you did the best you could to prevent them, both you and KFOR.
I'm not sure whether I received a briefing. I just don't recall this anymore. Maybe someone said so, we discussed this, but that was our assumption, and that was the reality after a few days on the ground, certainly.
The reality was there were a lot of revenge crimes.
There were enormous tensions, and we would expect that, of course. I mean, I think there is in one part of my statement, I don't remember the paragraph anymore. I do refer to some of the conversations that we had among ourselves, and I think it was prompted by the incident that I just referred to myself, where this Serb restaurant had been burned, and so when we went back and I went to Martin Griffiths or Vieira de Mello, and we said we cannot just be here as the UN and accept this, and so there was, and so then we had discussions where a similar sentiment was voiced among colleagues, as was voiced by the State Department spokesperson.
So, in other words, you were told to anticipate revenge crimes, and you actually then saw revenge crimes. It's a yes or a no?
Yes, the second part of what you said, yes. The first part, I don't recall that I have no recollection whether anyone told us, but I mean, you know, many of us, as I said before, had served in the Balkans for years, and that was, I think, everyone's assumption that this would be, I mean, as he said, it's not going to be a happy time for people, you know.
Okay. If we can go back to your statement, P 1968, paragraph 53, which is PDF page 14. Yes. Now, in this paragraph, you say, the KLA guys came in and they had a plan. They knew what they wanted, and that was power. Their whole mindset was that this whole war was about getting the Serbs out and them in to take over control of Kosovo. My first question to you is, the term Serbs, who does that refer to? Are you referring to all Serbs, Serb forces? Who?
Serb forces.
Okay. Now, what is the factual basis upon which you draw conclusions about the mindset?
Sorry, could I just correct my previous? It's Serb forces and the Serb administration, obviously, the whole apparatus, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we should read that to mean that the KLA's mindset was to eject Serb forces and the Serb administration. Correct?
I think primarily yes, but I wouldn't limit it to that, because I'm saying I do think that there were, in our impression, there were elements of the KLA, and I'm not saying that any of the specific individuals that I'm talking about here, but that there was a mindset also to, and there were definitely discussions to say they have to leave, they don't belong here. So there was also a civilian presence that was seen as sort of an extension of that occupation in a way through Serb forces and Serb governance, government apparatus. So there was, you cannot see, I know, I realize that saying Serbs is like earlier Kosovars. it is not defined, but it's very difficult for us to say this was not just a technical discussion of the Serb administrative apparatus and security apparatus leaving. There were very clearly attempts, elements to force a much broader withdrawal of Serb, meaning Serb nationals or Serbian of Serbian origin, people, to force them out of Kosovo.
Let's go to the next paragraph in your statement. Here you say that the KLA, I'm sorry? Yeah, paragraph 55 of your statement, yes. Here you say that the KLA was opposed to a multi-ethnic Kosovo and sought to create a Kosovo that was, quote, only for Kosovar Albanians. And in paragraph 60, if we could go to paragraph 60, here you say, it was quite tangible that the KLA took a far more aggressive stance towards assuming power. Perhaps it's on the next page. The KLA took a far more aggressive stance towards assuming power in Kosovo and turning Kosovo into a Kosovo for Kosovars only place. You see that?
Yes.
Now, you are aware that Mr. Thaçi repeatedly, throughout the summer and fall of 1999, publicly called for a multi-ethnic Kosovo, correct?
I saw the statement that you showed me earlier.
Well,
and I was aware that even there were some occasions where we asked him to make some of these statements. I mean, that was...
Yes. Paragraph 92 of this statement, you acknowledge that you know he made those statements. We can show it to him.
Yeah.
Paragraph, PDF page 23, please. And it is paragraph 92. It says, Thaçi promised several times to do his best to improve the security situation, and he also made public speeches about reconciliation and peaceful coexistence between Kosovo Albanians and Kosovo Serbs. So you were aware at the time you gave your statement that Mr. Thaçi gave such speeches for a multi-ethnic Kosovo, correct?
I was aware that these happened because some of them we asked him to do, some of them he may have done in his own motion. Earlier, I wasn't aware of this very specific one that you showed me, but generally speaking, yes. But again, I mean, what I explained before, one thing is what we asked and what was sort of necessary in the situation to also, in our conclusion, in our impression, to allay some of the political pressures that were mounting in that direction. Another thing is the realities on the ground.
Well, we're going to get into that in a bit, how you drew your conclusions. But for now, let's start chronologically. If we could have DHT 04937 to DHT 04950. This is, again, the UN timeline that I showed you earlier. If we could go to DHT 04942, please.
I seek for clarification. Should we keep the statement on the screen?
You can keep it, yeah, just on the right-hand side.
No problem.
Yeah. Yes, page DHT 04942, please. Now, this is day 14, June 24th, and it says, in their first public encounter at the headquarters of UNMIK, the Serb Archbishop Artemije and KLA leader Thaçi shook hands and exchanged a few words. Are you familiar with this event?
I think yes, but familiar might be suit. I mean, I sort of have some recollection of the meeting, but I have no recollection of any of the details.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this page and ask that it be added to 1D 228, please.
DHT 0, I'm sorry, any objection? DHT 04942 is admitted.
And will be assigned, will be added to the already assigned exhibit number 1D00228. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, 2 days after this, do you recall that there was a rather tense situation between Albanian and Serbian civilians in Mitrovica in the aftermath of the war? Do you recall that?
Was that on the bridge or?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think I may have even been there when that would happen.
Then let's pull up DHT 04926 to DHT 04927. And this document should not be broadcast to the public, please. Now, you see, this is a code cable from the 26th of June, 1999, and it's a note, it's a cover page attaching a note that Mr. De Mello sent to New York about his visit to Mitrovica that morning. It says, as the UCK appeared to have instigated a demonstration that could have caused a major bloody incident, I invited Mr. Thaçi to travel this morning to Mitrovica in order to dissuade the local UCK leadership and the actual Albanian crowd from proceeding with their plan. Now, if we could turn to the next page for the details, please. It says in the first paragraph, during a meeting with Mr. Thaçi on the 25th of June, the SRSG raised the volatile situation in Mitrovica, particularly with regard to the hospital, lies in the Serb part of the town to which the Albanians were trying to get by force. The SRSG asked Thaçi to use his influence to calm the Kosovo Albanians in Mitrovica. Thaçi instantaneously agreed to do this. The SRSG and Thaçi then agreed to go together. DCOM K4 General Thomas Toman welcomed the initiative and offered a helicopter for the morning of 26 June. You can see the details in the next paragraph of the visit to the hospital. It says, Thaçi, in the presence of the SRSG, addressed the Serb and Albanian doctors, giving his support to the agreement and emphasizing the need for a peaceful resolution to the existing problems in Kosovo. His visit was well received. And then it says, in the next paragraph, after a short discussion, it was agreed that Thaçi addressed the crowd to calm the people down. In his speech, he urged for calm, pointed out the success in the negotiations on the hospital, underlined the positive role of KFOR, and asked for patience while the situation was improving. His speech had the desired effect. The people calmed down and started dispersing when the SRSG left. Just prior to the departure, a short meeting with COM KFOR, who had arrived in Mitrovica for a short visit, was arranged. He thanked Thaçi for his intervention. Comment, a joint visit with Thaçi to a K-4 base with a K-4 helicopter is an unusual thing, but the tense situation required this initiative. Now, are you familiar, were you there when this event took place?
I mean, I do remember being on one of those trips to Mitrovica early on, where the standoff over the bridge happened. I'm not sure whether it's the second or the first visit, but I think I was part of that visit.
Yes. And do you accept that Mr. Thaçi, for example, it says, as soon as he was asked, instantaneously agreed to go and try to calm the situation?
I think that was the intention behind having a joint mission to deconflict the situation a little bit.
Do you accept that this is an example of Mr. Thaçi promoting a peaceful resolution of a rather chaotic situation?
As I said before, I mean, Mr. Thaçi has on other occasions called upon this. This is another example of him playing obviously a very helpful role in resolving this situation, at least the short term.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence and it should remain confidential.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 04926 to 04927 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be assigned exhibit number 1D00229, classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Now I'd like to, in the time, 5 minutes we have before the break, show you SITF 4000767 to 4000769, please. And we can take both documents down.
Your Honor, I would ask that this document not be broadcasted and if we can avoid reading out parts in public.
Mr. President, may we move into private session briefly, please?
Private session, please, Mr. Court Officer. taking a lunch break now at this time for an hour and a half. So you'll be back here at 2:30. We will then proceed on until 4:30, at which time we will be finished for the day. So you may go with the court attendant now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. President, just to give you an update on time, things have gone a lot slower, I think, because of the amount of documents. I think the witness has given some longer answers than I had planned. So I'm going to move as fast as I can through this, but I might take until the end of the day.
Thank you.
And Your Honour, if it helps, we've reduced our time as we communicated in an email earlier. We're down from 1.5 to about half an hour, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to reduce the time they've scheduled? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, we're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness in. Oh, I pushed the wrong button, sorry. Continuing on, Mr. Strohmeyer, please give the attention to the Thaçi defense. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, Mr. Strohmeyer. Mr. Court Officer, if we can go into private session very briefly, please. Or Mr. President, I should say.
Your Honor, to be in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Mr. Court Officer, if we could please have a video at DHT 00973 and the accompanying transcript, which is DHT 00973 TRET, side by side, please. And as this is coming up, Mr. Strohmeyer, this is a video of a press conference under the auspices of Mr. De Mello on the 2nd of July, 1999, where representatives of the various communities in Kosovo issued a joint declaration calling for a multi-ethnic Kosovo, an end to violence, and calling upon for the return of people who had left, and calling for Serbs and other minorities to stay in Kosovo. And if we could, I'll play the video, and Mr. Court Officer, if you could stop the video at 58 seconds to give the interpreters then an opportunity, because at 58 seconds, the video, Mr. Thaçi begins to speak in Albanian, and I'll ask the interpreters to be ready to translate into English for the record. And we can, Mr. Court Officer, if we could play until 58 seconds.
Today, I believe, is the first time that Albanian and Serb leaders of Kosovo meet and talk to one another, establish a dialogue on the most pressing issue of the moment, which is the safety, security, the right to life, the right to property of all inhabitants of this province.
Well done. I miss it.
Yes. Now, again, I'll alert the interpreters that at this point, I'd ask you to interpret, but before we start the video again, Mr. Strohmeyer, you've seen the video. Do you recall whether you were present for this press conference?
I don't recall either way.
Okay.
I do remember that this took place, but I'm not sure whether I was in that. Likely yes, but I don't remember.
Okay. Mr. Court Officer, if we could now play the video until the 1 minute 16-second mark, please.
Lusim të gjithë qytetarët e Kosovës, qofshin ata me status civil apo ushtarak, të përmbahen dhe të ndikojnë.
I call on all the citizens of Kosovo, be them with a civil status or military status, to refrain themselves and to have an impact on others so that they would not embark onto acts of violence against their neighbors, and for such actions to be unacceptable. So those that are responsible for such actions will be brought before justice.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Strohmeyer, this is Mr. Thaçi reading excerpts of a joint declaration in public at a press conference. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a public call by Mr. Thaçi and the other signatories to those engaging in violence to stop engaging in violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender the video and transcript into evidence as well.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 00973 and the transcript at DHT 00973 TRET is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be assigned exhibit number 1D00231, and it's classified public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. If we could please have on the screen exhibit DHT 01302 to DHT 01304, please. Mr. Strohmeyer, are you aware that Sergio Vieira de Mello published an op-ed on the pages of the New York Times on August 25th, 1999?
Now that I'm seeing it, it prompts some memory, but I wouldn't have remembered it without this seeing this excerpt.
Okay. If we could go to page DHT 01303. And if we could go to the part that starts with a first step. And this is an op-ed where Mr. de Mello is appealing, as the headline says, to resist the temptation for apartheid in the Balkans, in other words, ethnic separation. And in the paragraph on the screen in front of you, he writes, "A first step towards reconciliation is acknowledgement of past injustices. Under United Nations auspices, the main local Serbian leaders have come together to work with their Albanian counterparts to discuss concrete measures for improving security and to reaffirm the vital importance of maintaining Kosovo as a multi-ethnic entity." If we can go to the next page, please. Albanian leaders have strongly condemned the violence and persecution against Serbian residents of Kosovo. Now, as we've seen this morning and now in the video, Mr. Thaçi is one of the Albanian leaders to whom Mr. de Mello is referring, correct?
Sorry, are you asking me whether that's correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender the op-ed into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 01302 to DHT 01304 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be admitted as exhibit 1D00232. And if we can clarify the classification, please.
It's public.
Thank you. It's going to be classified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Strohmeyer, I'd like to take you to, let me see. a statement that General Jackson gave to the High Court in England. And this is Exhibit 121483 to 121658. It's actually his trial testimony there that I'm taking to in a trial in England.
If I may, I see that Albanian translation is divided into two. Is there any need to put Albanian translation on, and which, if?
There's no need for my purposes.
Thank you
right
so
now.
much.
And if we could go to page 121589, please. Beginning at line, let me see. Beginning at line 5. This is General Jackson speaking. Yes, I had no evidence myself that, as I think you are inferring, forgive me if I've got this wrong, that the KLA institutionally, by policy if you wish, were committing terrorist acts against whomever. I am not saying that individuals did not do this, but I have no evidence that this was KLA policy. Question. I just want to concentrate on the KLA, and I'm just focusing on the findings of Senator Marty. Oh, sorry, that's the next page. Page 121595. The topic is brought up again, and beginning at line 23, it says, I just want to concentrate on the KLA, and I am just focusing on the findings of Senator Marty. General Jackson says, you are beginning to imply that this was a policy of the KLA, and I cannot say that I agree with you on that. Question, I am not suggesting it is the policy of the KLA to cleanse out every single Serb. I am just taking your evidence, and then we are moving from there. But there will undoubtedly be undoubtedly in time as to how high up it went and so on, whether there is a policy. That has not been decided yet. I am relying on what Senator Marty has found after 2.5 years in relation to the KLA. Is this the position, that you had a relationship with the KLA when you were in Pristina and that you would meet with them? General Jackson says, of course. And if we could go to page 121594, please. Beginning at line 5. Insofar as your objectives were to prevent further humanitarian crime or killings, therefore the most obvious group for you to protect would be the Serbs. Answer, yes, we went to, as I have said, considerable lengths. Question, you have touched on that, but if so far as the KLA contained elements, to be neutral about it, that were intent on further atrocity of that kind, were you alive to that risk? General Jackson says, yes. Were you alive to what you might need to do to prevent the KLA, in part if not in whole, conducting themselves like that? Answer, there is a lot in that question. So I am sorry, there is, but I think that may be. Answer, I say I have no evidence that institutionally the KLA had adopted a policy of ethnic cleansing of the remaining Serbs. Now, Mr. Strohmeyer, you did not see anything different than what General Jackson saw in the field, correct?
I don't know that. I mean, the general situation was probably similar to him than it was to us, but he may have seen different things from me.
Okay. Within the K4 chain of command, he would have been at the top of the chain, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, he would have been receiving the reports, some of which you saw this morning, and he reached the conclusion that I've just read out to you, correct?
That seems to be his conclusion, yeah.
Okay. Let me take you to a different document.
Could I, if you allow me, just for one comment, because I think that's important. Look, General Jackson is being asked in this first whether it was a policy to basically cleanse all Serbs. Then it goes much more specific here into a policy of ethnic cleansing, which is a sort of at least a paralegal term with a very specific connotation. I just want to make it very clear that I do not believe that throughout my statement I speak about a policy, for example. A policy is a very deliberate decision towards something. But you can have conduct that enables and allows certain acts that fall short of a policy. So I'm trying to say there may not be a difference in what General Jackson is stating here based on the observations that he has had from the observations and impressions that I have had based on the observations and conclusions that I have drawn, namely that even if below a level of a declared policy, there was widespread action against Serbs or violence against Serbs, that was our impression, was in part neither prevented by, despite public statements, and in some cases probably enabled. To what extent, whether that amounted to a policy in the sense in a legal sense, that is not a judgment I have ever arrived at.
Okay, then let's look to the next document I wanted to show you. If we could have 076680 to 076688, please. This is a human rights report issued by the OSCE titled As Seen, As Told, Volume 2. Were you familiar with this publication?
I may have been aware at the time. I don't remember that necessary anymore. But I mean, I assume that we were probably informed of this, but I don't necessarily think that we were involved in the production of it.
Okay. Well, let me then, the foreword was written by, as you can see on top of the page, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, Bernard Kouchner. So I'd like to take you to his assessment, and this is published, I believe, in November of 1999. And if we could go, please, to 076685. Now, the paragraph there with the highlighting, if we could blow that up, please. He writes, in November of '99, "We are deeply concerned about the situation of minorities. A close look at the trend in crime shows a clear improvement. A drop from 50 murders during each of the first 3 weeks to 3 murders last week cannot be ignored. Of course, each and every crime is one too many. But things are changing. It is not fair to make comparisons with the situation before or during the war. At that time, for at least a decade, there was a systematic policy of apartheid, a subhuman status, or at least a sub-community status, for Albanians in Kosovo. This is no longer the case today. Perhaps it may seem just as bad today for the Serbs or Roma who live in fear, who cannot move about freely or have to find a way to protect their children. but it is no longer a matter of a policy. All the parties in Kosovo, Kosova, all leaders, Serbs and Albanians, have stated their positions in favor of a multi-ethnic society and coexistence among all communities. The crimes we see are the acts of individuals. No political party has claimed responsibility for them. Their representatives in the Kosovo Transitional Council have condemned these abuses every time, and they themselves have expressed their concern over these acts of intolerance. We cannot exclude the possibility of double talk, but we cannot presuppose it either. Now, do you accept the SRSG's conclusions that there was no policy to target Serb and Roma minorities in Kosovo after the 10th of June, 1999?
So first, clarification. This is of November 1999 report? Yes. November 99. So after I was in Kosovo. Look, there are two things that I want to say. First of all, I think if I understand the statement or the highlighted paragraph, the first part correctly, it sort of tries to make the point that I was just trying to make, that there is a difference between a policy, and I think he compares it to the regime, particularly after '89, over Kosovo, that he likens to apartheid, and as a policy, systematic exclusion on matters of law, on matters of access to positions and so on, which we would all agree with. And in that sense, he says, there was no such policy expressed by anyone. And I agree with that. It's not that there was a very clear statement to say we will not ever have a state in which a Serb can never have hold an office. But the reality was such, we may discuss this later, that there was pressure in that direction. So there is a difference between a policy and some of the realities that we observed. Now, as far as the conclusion of the SRSG, and that's the second point, that these are the acts of individuals, that may have been his conclusion in November '99. That would not have been my conclusion at the time when I was there. And I do think that he sort of, again, qualifies this a little bit towards the end of that paragraph by saying we cannot exclude the possibility of double talk, but we cannot presuppose it either. So I don't think from this highlighted paragraph, I take a very clear statement of policy statement on behalf of UNMIK at the time that Kushner says there has never been any organized violence against Serbs. What he's saying, it is not a matter of policy, which I understand, and particularly a policy similar to the one that Serbia had established over Kosovo when it was under its control prior to the 10th of June. So that's my interpretation of this paragraph.
Okay, you disagree with his statement that these are the crimes of individuals, and I'd like you to identify the factual basis of your disagreement with Mr. Kushner.
I didn't say that I disagree. I said that is his conclusion. My conclusion at the time that I was there was different.
Well, stop right there. Do you agree or disagree that these were the crimes of individuals?
What I'm saying is, when I was there, no, but it's not for me to agree or disagree with his statement. This is his statement.
So let me ask you, without asking you to agree or disagree with this statement. Yeah. In Kosovo, the crimes that were committed, were they the acts of individuals?
Every act is an act of an individual, okay. But it doesn't mean that there isn't an organized, that there isn't an organized enabling environment or a more coherent effort behind this. I mean, you have to put yourself in the situation in which we were. There's one.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just looking for facts. So
Well,
just tell me the facts upon which you base your assertion that this was organized and coherent.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. There was one group, essentially, that presented itself to us, and I think, in fact, had the power to be organized. I do think that Agim Ceku in one of the JIC meetings even said so, that they had the organization and the way to organize itself. They were bearing arms. If you look at some of the reports that we saw earlier, in almost all of them or many of them, when KLA was apprehended, they were apprehended with arms. We had the undertaking. That was not an undertaking on the demilitarization, disarmament of the Kosovar population altogether. It was a disarmament and demobilization of the KLA. So there was some level of corporate organization, at least, that we had to assume, and a relatively systematic campaign of violence against Serbs. And that is why my impression and conclusion at the time very clearly was that while I'm not saying this was a declared and agreed policy of some senior leadership ranks, that at least this was something that people were, if not only turning a blind eye to, but also creating at times an enabling atmosphere, despite statements that were being made. Again, I'm telling you, as you rightly pointed out, my conclusions and impressions of the 2.5 months or 3 altogether with a break in between that I was present in Kosovo. If people afterwards arrived at different conclusions, not only is it their right, but they may have had other facts to establish that from.
So let me ask you a follow-up. Mr. Ceku told you or told the JIC that he had the ability to stop crimes being committed by the KLA?
I don't remember anymore the statement, exactly how it was made. But I mean, I think we have a record if you want to look at.
Okay, and you say that the crimes were systematic and allowed to happen, and Mr. Kushner says it is no longer the case of a systematic policy of apartheid, subhuman status, and that it is no longer a matter of policy. Do you?
But I mean, you're just making the case, if I may. Kushner's statement of the policy is connected to his statement of the previous regime having been an apartheid regime, as he calls it. He's not connecting the one campaign of violence versus another campaign of violence. This is a declared policy of the state, Serbia at the time, versus a reality that was being allowed to happen, or that was being sort of created. That's the difference on the policy. I mean, there are different types of policies, and I do think. I don't think that Kushner in this talks about exclusively the violence when he compares the violence of Serbs versus Albanians versus the violence of Albanians versus Serbs. So in that sense, policy. But I don't need to justify the term policy. I'm not saying that it necessarily was a policy as such, but it was something, in my conclusion, in my observation, below that level. Now, if Mr. Kushner 3 months or 4 months after I left arrives at a different conclusion, or even if we had disagreed at the time, we would have talked about this, and that's all I can say. My impression, and I have to attest to what I've seen and what I've concluded, my conclusion was that it was more systematic than just random acts of violence of individuals.
Okay, Mr. President, I would ask that this page be tendered, or I tender it, and ask that it be added to Exhibit P00743, which is other pages of the same volume.
Your Honor, if I may, this is already part of Exhibit P760, I believe.
We will check that, Mr. President, but in any event, I'd ask that it be admitted into evidence and we can assign the correct number.
This is 076680 to 076688.
That's the whole, yes.
You just want the page.
Actually, I think it would be best if just all of Mr. Kushner's forward be included for context reasons, but the range, yes.
It'll be admitted. We'll determine later where to place it.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may seek another clarification, does it go only for the English or both English and Albanian version?
I think it'd be better for both in case we need to use it again, but Mr. President, I'm told that P760 are actually exhibits to Mr. Thaçi's interview. And I think it'd be easier and cleaner if we had it together with P743, which is another version of this volume.
Your Honor, all the pages are already in 760, so I'm not sure if it's in English. The Albanian, no. But the English is already all in Exhibit P760.
P743 is where it will be.
Thank you, Mr. Court Officer. You will agree with me, Mr. Strohmeyer, that Mr. Thaçi never told you that he believed Kosovo should only be for Kosovo Albanians, correct?
Mr. Thaçi, me personally, or?
Yes.
I don't recall that, I think.
Okay. If we could have, please, Exhibit P 1968 on the screen, PDF page 16. Mr. Strohmeyer, I'm just taking you to paragraph 61 of your statement. You say the sentiment of Kosovo for the Albanians was explained to me personally by Thaçi, although I could not say the specific words he used to express this concept. This came up during my first conversation with Thaçi about why the Kosovo Albanians could not accept the then applicable law, which they viewed as the law of the Serb occupiers. Now, as I've indicated, you don't actually recall Mr. Thaçi using or expressing a sentiment that he believed Kosovo should only be for Kosovo Albanians. Correct?
No, you asked me before whether Mr. Thaçi said to me, Kosovo is only for the Kosovo Albanians. And that's not what I'm saying in 61 here. What I'm saying is we had a conversation, and while I don't recall the exact words, the sentiment explained to me, and I mean this in a very neutral way, was you have to understand some of this was also for us to understand the motivations of all sides. And so in that sense, it was important how he explained to me why Albanians, or why the Kosovo Albanians couldn't accept the laws after 1989. This was in the context of the applicable law. And so the sentiment of this is now a territory or a place that is governed by Albanians for Albanians in a way. That sentiment was, I took very clearly, or I took away from that conversation. So you asked me before very specific words. I said I don't recall those, but I do recall the explanation given for why this needed to have a much stronger now Kosovo-Albanian imprint and than before.
I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Strohmeyer. Are you saying that what you meant to say here is that Mr. Thaçi said the position of Kosovo Albanians now needed to be taken into account?
No, but look, this is in 61 is in the context of the applicable law. So we were talking about the law that is applicable in Kosovo. So that's where we met.
What I'm trying to show is the distinction between you saying you don't recall him saying Kosovo should only be for Kosovo Albanians, and what you say here that he expressed the sentiment of Kosovo for the Albanians. What's the distinction?
Yeah, which in one, it's the context in the first statement that you put to me. It was meant as a statement as a statement of policy in a way to say. We have decided that this is to the exclusion of everyone else, whereas in this context, on the applicable law, it is Kosovo for the Albanians, meaning it needed to have an Albanian predominance, feel, label, whatever it is to it. And in that sense, it was not acceptable. And this, again, is in the context of the applicable law, the conversation that we had, and has to be seen also that there needed to be a more acceptable version of law to the Albanian side, because Kosovo was now ruled by the Albanians and no longer by the Serbs.
Okay.
And this is, for me, a different statement from Kosovo, in a way, is a place where only Albanians are allowed to live.
Okay, we'll get back to the applicable law in a minute, but if I could take you to Exhibit SITF 4000700 to 4000702, please. And this is a daily sit rep from Mr. DeMello to New York from the 25th of June, 1999, wherein he...
Sorry, could it please not be broadcasted?
Yes, that's fine. He says...
the document will not be broadcast.
That's fine. If you look at the document, he says in the second sentence, while our ability to verify at present is limited, these reports do give a sense of the current atmosphere in Kosovo, where feelings of revenge, or at least for some form of retribution, are running high. Now that's consistent with what you told us earlier, that you did find, in fact, that revenge feelings were prevalent in Kosovo when you arrived in Kosovo, correct?
I'm not saying, I don't think I've used the word prevalent. It was clearly discernible. There were parts, but I've also said, and I said this in my statement, that at least in the early days, we had many interactions with Kosovo Albanians, not least to understand and learn about really their sentiments and their hardship. And as I've always said, I think I said it somewhere, while there was no love lost, I also didn't feel that there was a widespread sort of bloodthirst, out for revenge among the population. That may have changed a little bit over time, that there was a bit more, but I did not think or feel that in every conversation or every other conversation that I had, someone said, we have to go after them, we have to go for revenge. I mean, that people were not crying, shedding tears over Serbs leaving. It is also true, but we've also met people, Albanians, who regretted that some of their neighbors and alerted us to the fact that not everyone was bad and that some of these people were good. So I'm just saying I don't like to leave an impression as if we had decided after a few days that every Albanian was bloodthirsty and out for revenge and out for killing Serbs. That was not the impression that I had.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just asking you if you have any reason to dispute Mr. de Mello's report that feelings of revenge or at least some retribution are running high.
Certainly.
You don't dispute it, correct?
I don't dispute that.
Okay. No. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
4000700 to 4000702 is admitted.
This will be assigned exhibit number 1D00233, and it's classified confidential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strohmeyer, can you tell us what the International Crisis Group is?
It's an international think tank. I would say that observes, follows country situations in crisis and writes or issues periodical reports.
Okay. If we could go, I'm going to show you I'll call it ICG for short, an ICG report, Who's Killing Whom in Kosovo from the 2nd of November 1999. It's SITF 00000360 to 00000381. And if we could go, please, to page 8, which is SITF 00000367, please. Now, the report, if we can start with, to scroll down a little bit, please. There you go. Ceku also claims. Ceku also claims that the continued attacks on Serbs and other non-Albanian minorities by people wearing KLA uniforms were not sanctioned by the KLA leadership. It is not difficult for someone to acquire a KLA uniform. They are available all over Kosovo and Albania, he said. In this, Ceku is correct. KLA uniforms and insignia are widely available at shops and kiosks throughout Kosovo and Albania, and after all, anyone can wear a mask. I'll stop there. First, did you also observe that uniforms were widely available in Kosovo?
Not at my time.
Okay.
I mean, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Ceku also saying in meetings that crimes committed against Serbs and other non-Albanians were not sanctioned by the KLA leadership?
I don't recall that, no.
So Mr. Ceku never denied that the KLA leadership was behind crimes being committed?
That's a different. I never told to Mr. Ceku's face that you are responsible for those killings, and so he never had to deny that he was not responsible for it. What I do remember is the conversations that we were having in the context of the JIC, and I do recall a conversation with one of the SRSGs, I forgot now exactly when it was, when Mr. Thaçi explained to us that they couldn't control all the events, but they were trying their best and so on. So we did have indications that at least the leadership that presented itself to us at the time didn't feel that they necessarily had full control over everything that was happening in Kosovo. At the same time, I mean, this was early days. This was on the 22nd or 29th of June. Ceku, in one of the JIC meetings, did say that they had, to at least a certain extent, they had the organization and they had the means to control the situation.
Well, you're saying that Mr. Thaçi said that they didn't have control over certain elements, and that would be consistent with what Mr. Ceku apparently expressed here to ICG, correct?
Yes, I mean, maybe.
Okay. It continues on. It says, it is also generally acknowledged that it is not in the interests of the KLA leadership to be seen sanctioning the increasingly barbaric attacks on Serbs. They are aware of the damaging effect of such assaults, often upon elderly and defenseless civilians, that are rapidly eroding the hard-won sympathy that the Kosovo Albanians enjoy in the West. Now, you've also, you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Mr. Defense Counsel, if I could just make it really, which I do think is important. I mean, in those, just as it mattered, a week was an eternity for us at the beginning in Kosovo. So if you look at some of the periods and the meetings that I drew my conclusions from and that I commented on, most of them were in June and July. And I do think that that's, I mean, if I now recall the statement that you put to me, the forward that Mr. Kushner did for the OSCE report, in that forward, he also says, while in the first few weeks, 50 Serbs per week were being killed, now the situation is not so bad anymore. So I'm not disputing at all that by November or towards the end of 1999, the situation may have improved. For whatever reasons, there were also had already been massive departures of Serbs by the time. But I do think that by that time, there was also a political environment that is important to take into account. All these individuals, Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Ceko, they were also politicians, and there was mounting pressure including from the international community that these things had to stop, and they needed to react to this as politicians. So neither do I dispute that they made public statements, nor do I dispute that by the end of the year in November, the situation was improving. But what I was commenting on and drawing my conclusions from was the early weeks and days, and even by the statements, by the statement that you showed me before of Kushner, that is undisputed that there were massive attacks or acts on Serbs, and that's what we drew conclusions from, and that's what we were looking at, who possibly could have had the responsibility, and that's why we did not go to anyone else. We did go to Mr. Thaçi, we did go to Mr. Ceko, we did go to those KLA leaders and appeal to them to weigh in. And I have to tell you, I have no information, and I do not recall ever having had information that it was KLA uniforms were freely available. Maybe there were, maybe there weren't, but I have not heard that anyone putting to us in defense in June or July, look, there are all these uniforms. That was not something that we discussed. So I'm just saying, I'm saying the timeline is important here. Some of the things that you're now putting to me, I don't dispute them, but they happened later than the period that I'm mainly speaking to, which is June and until the 20-something of July, until I was there.
Okay, Mr. President, I tender this page from the ICG report into evidence.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
You just want page 8?
Yes.
SITF 0000367 is admitted.
And I'm told the cover page as well, just so we know what the document is. I apologize. Yes, 360.
May I assign a number?
Thank you, Your Honors. So, two pages 360 and 367 will be assigned the exhibit number 1D00234, and they're classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Mr. Court Officer, if we could have on the screen, please, exhibit 1D175, please. Now, this is a report by the State Department of December of 1999, titled Ethnic Cleansing in Kosovo and Accounting. And if we could please go to DHT 01473, please. Yes. And paragraph that begins the Roma population at the bottom of the page, please, on the left-hand side. Yes, it says, the Roma population has also been the focus of retribution, being accused of collaborating in the expulsion of Kosovar Albanians. Historical animosity against the Roma community has also played a role. A July 20 statement condemning attacks on Serbs and Roma was released by the former UCK leadership, and former UCK leader Hashim Thaçi publicly denounced the July 23rd Gradsko attack. There is no evidence that the former UCK leadership is orchestrating the violence. On the other hand, Kosovar Albanians have neither identified the perpetrators of these crimes, nor has condemnation of these abuses by leaders of the Kosovar Albanian population been as broad, sustained, or, and then it goes on. Now, would you agree that there is no evidence that the former UCK leadership was orchestrating the violence?
Sorry, that's a conclusion that this report draws.
You agree or disagree with it?
That is his conclusion. I think I made my conclusion pretty clear in my statement. It was our impression at the beginning, in those first few weeks.
I know.
But this is again December.
If you could just refrain from repeating, it's either you agree or disagree.
I don't want to say whether I agree or disagree.
We'll move on then. Different topic. You say in paragraph 58 of your statement that there were not other structured organizations in Kosovo aside from the KLA. We did not negotiate disarmament with any other organizations besides the KLA because there was no one else to disarm. Correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
We can put it on the screen. P1968, PDF page 15, please. Paragraph 58. You can see on the screen there, you say, once the JNA and Serb police were gone, there was no other structured organization in Kosovo aside from the KLA. If there had been another structured organization in Kosovo, they would have played a role. And then it says, further on down, we did not negotiate disarmament with any other organization besides the KLA because there was no one else to disarm. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, if we could move into private session at the request of a Rule 107 provider, please.
Private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be adjourned until 3:45.
All rise. All rise.
All right, Mr. Misitich, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we go into private session, please?
Your Honor, three in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take you now, witness, to a witness statement that General Jackson provided in proceedings in England. And this is SPOE 00000681 to 696 at paragraph 34, page 10. And if we could go to page 10, paragraph 34, please. Witness, you'll see here that General Jackson discusses a meeting with General Cheku. And he says, at the top level, I met with Agim Cheku, the KLA's chief of staff, on a weekly basis to hold him to the phased timetable in the undertaking. And you attended some of those meetings, you've testified, correct?
So, sorry.
You attended some of those meetings where General Jackson and General Cheku were present?
The first two, I believe.
Okay. The next sentence says, it was clear during these meetings that Agim Cheku had difficulty controlling certain elements of those below him who saw themselves as victors over the Serb forces. Now, the minutes of the first, as a background question, the minutes of the JIC meetings that you attended show that KLA zone commanders were also invited to those meetings. Do you recall that?
Possibly, I don't remember anymore.
Okay, so you don't know why the zone commanders were also invited to those meetings?
No. I mean, just to be clear, the the undertaking was essentially an affair between KFOR and the UGK. I was, because there was a KFOR wanted to have the UN involved sort of as witnessing this, and also for some of the implications. And there was at some point some talk that they wanted us to witness this. And that's when I was asked.
Witness, I'm sorry to interrupt. My time is limited.
I know.
It's just a question. Do you know why the zone commanders were invited?
But I'm just explaining why I wouldn't necessarily know, or wouldn't even have asked for this. So the thing is no, but I wasn't. I wasn't into the details of who needed to be there for what reason for the implementation of the undertaking. I was more there to witness and present any questions from the unmixed side of things.
Okay. You don't. If you don't know something, you can just say I don't know. You don't have to justify why you don't know. Just in the interest of time. Now, General Jackson here says in his statement that General Cheku, quote, had difficulty controlling certain elements of those below him who saw themselves as victors over the Serb forces. Now, do you accept that you are not qualified to dispute General Jackson's conclusions that General Cheku had difficulty controlling certain elements of the KLA below him?
I'm not qualified to make any military judgments. That is correct.
Okay. Let's turn to a different document. If we could please go into private session again due to Rule 107 restrictions, please.
Private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Court Officer, if we could have 020723 to 020725, please. At page 2, please. Let me just show you first. This is a Agency France Presse article from 10 August 1999. I believe you're not certain if you were in the country at that time or not, correct?
Yeah, I'm almost certain that I wasn't on that 10th of August.
Okay. If we could go to page 2, please. And this discusses attacks that had been taking place, violent incidents against peacekeepers. If we could go to the next, scroll down to DHT, sorry, to page 2, please. No, down, scroll down, yeah. It's just above that. Just above that. And a little bit further. No, the other way. There you go, right. This says there's a strong suspicion that the KLA has been behind recent violent incidents targeting peacekeepers, notably in Kosovska Mitrovica, where 4 days of protests have been carried out by young ethnic Albanians chanting the KLA's name. If we scroll down, in the interview published the same day, Jackson said the recent attacks on his soldiers raised questions about the KLA's control of hardliners. He says, I can't say I'm fully confident that they are in full control, he told the Scotsman newspaper. If we go to the next page, please, or sorry, one more article, and this is DHT 04111 to DHT 04113 at DHT 04112, please. And again, this is another article, this one from The Guardian, on the 9th of August, 1999. And if we go to page DHT 04112, please. He says, if we scroll to the bottom, please. Up a little bit, please. Right there. He says, Lieutenant General Sir Mike Jackson, commander of the KFOR Peace Force, said recent attacks suggested that the Kosovo Liberation Army was losing control over hardliners in its ranks. Do you know, first of all, who at the time was discussed as a hardliner?
No.
And it was no secret what General Jackson was saying here inside UNMIK or KFOR. Was it that there were hardliners within the KLA?
I don't think it was a secret, no. But I mean, I have to say I don't recall details of those. I mean, definitely not in terms of names, but also, I mean, maybe just to say increasingly, and I explained that before, from like the middle of July on, I was sort of pulling out, or maybe even a week or so earlier, out of those discussions around the understanding around the UGK KLA Act. So I wouldn't necessarily have been privy as much to some of those conversations as I was before, because I had to focus more on those judicial and legal issues, which is what I was hired to, or what I was brought to do. Yeah.
Okay. And now you have no reason to dispute General Jackson's assessment that his perception was that the leadership was losing control over hardliners, correct?
No.
Okay. I'd like to go to one more document before we break. This is DHT 04153 to DHT 04157. It relates to the issue of detention facilities. It's a press briefing by Mr. DeMello on the 30th of July, 1999. And if we go to the last page, please.
This would have been Mr. Kushner, I think, at the time.
No, it's Mr. DeMello.
On the 30th of July?
It says former. It says former acting. Yeah. It says the paragraph, the first full paragraph on your screen. He's quoted as saying, "Is the KLA?" Sorry, he was asked, "Is the KLA behind organized crime in Kosovo, and is it playing any unilateral policing role in these places?" The Undersecretary General was asked. Mr. Vieira de Mello said it was obvious that elements, either now or formerly belonging to the KLA, were attempting to establish a parallel or shadow police force. K4 had uncovered 2 detention centers, and when confronted, Mr. Thaçi had denied that his KLA was in that sort of business. He had, in fact, welcomed the identification of the locations of the detention centers and the freeing of the Serb and Roma detainees found there. However, there was no UNMIK intelligence at present in Kosovo. Once the international police force was fully deployed and had a structured headquarters in Pristina, there would be more information. If we go down, yes. Towards the middle of the second paragraph, he says he, meaning Mr. Thaçi, had also claimed that many of those now committing crimes and presenting themselves as KLA through uniforms or insignia were not in fact KLA members. At present, there was not enough intelligence to make a determination. In response to a follow-up question by another correspondent, Mr. Vieira de Mello said that there had been no crackdown on such organizations by the time of his departure. Now, you have no reason to dispute what Mr. de Mello said at this press conference, that Mr. Thaçi had welcomed the discovery of the locations of the detention centers and the freeing of the Serb and Roma detainees found there, correct?
No.
Okay. Mr. President, I note the time. I know that I've taken a lot of time, but I have very little left to finish in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could I just make one small comment, if you permit me, just on this, really? And I think this is important. This is 6 weeks into our presence there, and as I said earlier, the situation would evolve sometimes from 1 week over the next, and it's really important to bear this in mind. So the longer the situation lasted, and I'm speaking about my impressions and my conclusions based on the facts that they presented themselves to myself, and I was there until the 23rd or 24th of July, something like this. Forgot now exactly when Grachko happened. So at those times, a lot of these things that play themselves out towards the middle or the end of July and further on, and it may well be that there was a broader understanding now that the UGK was controlling less than we assumed at the beginning, or we were even left under the impression they were. But this doesn't necessarily make the conclusions or the observations that we had wrong. It just means that the situation clarified itself or evolved in that direction. So I have no reason to dispute Jackson or Kushner's later statements or de Mello's from the end of July, or to even dispute that was the case. But what I'm saying is the perceptions, because we didn't have all this information, the perception of us in the beginning was much clearer that the KLA, or the assumptions maybe also were that the KLA was in command and that they had in fact much more control over what was happening on the ground. And these were the weeks when the massive, basically, violence and challenges to our mandate happened. Anyway, just as a clarification.
Thank you. That'll be it for today. Witness, we'll have to see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you for being with us today. Do not speak with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Your Honours, just before you call time for the day, I just have a brief request. The defence is due to file a response to F2833, which is the notification response in relation to upcoming witnesses, by this Wednesday. We would request an extension of time of 3 days to file the following Monday, which is at the same time as our response to the Rule 154 application for the same witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
That extension is granted.
Thanks. Okay. Much obliged.
All right, we're adjourned till tomorrow at 9.
All rise.